What is up, boneheads? And today is a very special celebration. I'm going to turn off the music here. We are celebrating 100 Twitter followers. Let's go! Um, to anyone coming in today, I'm going to be fulfilling a promise that I made a long time ago, and that was 100 Twitter followers or 100 Twitch followers, whichever I reached first. I promised I would play the Stanley Parable, and here we are. It has been a long journey. Today, also, for anyone who might watch, we have a special redeem for this game. Two special redeems, in fact. One is the listen to the narrator. At any point, it's got a 3-minute cooldown. It's 10 points. At any point, you can redeem this and force me to listen to the narrator. And there's also another redeem called the Frick the Narrator redeem, where we just say, fuck that guy, we play our own way. And I go off in whatever direction you guys want me to. I go off in the direction opposite of what the narrator is telling us to do. With all that out of the way, I'm going to go ahead and start the game. There it goes. Okay. Please choose a subtitle language English. Confirm. Have you played the stand? Nope. Computer is barely visible. I'm going to confirm that. Please enter the current time. It is 1:11 p.m. Okay. Okay. I guess this is where we start. Alright. Begin the game. The end is never the end, is never the end, is loading, never the end.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Okay.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Wow.
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
That sounds soul-crushing.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Oh.
Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, God.
What did it mean? Stanley decided
They've
to
been
go to the
raptured.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm gonna keep looking. What is this? What is anything? Can I open this? Oh God, the door's locked. Chat, we're locked. We're locked in. Nope. Can't go in there.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, fuck you. I'm going on the right now.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Let me in. Let me into your offices. I want to rearrange all your furniture.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I want a sody. Give me a sody. Narrator, I need 50 cents. Give me a sody.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yep.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Yep.
Really worth it.
Beautiful scenery. Look at that. Ooh, what a nice ocean view. And this leaf.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy.
You're
It reflected
creepy!
poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
This is possible why your father left. Ooh, nice mountain range.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue.
Yeah.
But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch the clock. See how long it takes you to crack. Because I could stand here all day, buddy. I got 5 fucking hours to do this. That's a note. I'm a stand in here. Fuck you. I ain't moving. Okay, so I can crouch. That's what that button does. Ooh, I could read that note that was there. Okay, let's see. Still kind of hard to make out. Bunch of documents over here. Number 1 dad. Okay. Number 1 mom. What does that one say? Be my Valentine? Oh, someone was going all in on that mug. Fuel. Okay, nice. Coffee nut. That one doesn't have a design. Let me go back. I'm gonna go backwards. Just stand here and stare at this clock, see if the narrator says something. Let's see, chat. I'm just waiting. Tick, 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 tick. Fine, I'll leave the room.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first
No, I
door
didn't.
on his left to get back to business.
Screw you. Oh, that looks like a progression. I'm gonna go this way, because fuck you.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yep, I am incredibly terrible at that.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Wrath, thanks for the
Someone
hydrate.
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Wait, for her? I'm not married, though. I don't want to be married.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
I'm not married. What are you talking about? Oh god, the void.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Okay. I don't think anyone is waiting for me. Everybody's just...
Is that you?
Just
Hold
disappeared.
on, sweetie. Sorry
Wait,
to
what?
keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the
Am I
bread out of the
married?
oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
Oh, fuck you.
Come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
No.
They want to commit their life to you. I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Finally gonna give me some
This
transparency.
is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Wait, death?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I'm pressing the other buttons, but it's not letting me. No, fuck you. I'm not pressing your buttons. Let me out. Let me out. Punch my white. No, you can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it? That's an achievement? And there's an achievement for getting your first achievement. Fine, I'll press the
Pushing
button.
buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing
Screw you,
buttons.
you won't let me do
Now
anything else.
He's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From
Okay.
behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown.
Let me out.
Fantastic
Let me do
discoveries of
things.
new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder.
Can I grab
that
the
none of it
mannequin and
would
just
ever
beat
happen
up the
to him.
narrator?
And so he began to
What the
fantasize
fuck?
about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought
You all saw this
excited
morph,
him
right?
terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It
Yeah?
barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Let me out!
As he wandered through this fantasy world,
What the
he
fuck?
began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy.
Chat, what is
so
happening?
In his head, he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would
Chat, I'm
never
scared.
end, that he might always feel this free.
I'm
Surely
scared.
there's an answer down
I'm
some
scared.
new path, mustn't there?
We're crawling in the
Perhaps
desk.
if he played just one more time. But there is no answer.
Whoa, fuck.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets. The more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this. That in this world, he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here,
what is going
watch
on?
This. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
No. I'm not gonna push the button. I'm not. You can't make me. You can't make me push that fucking button. You can't make me. Oh my god. I don't know what's happening. I don't... Chat. Like, help. What's going on? I want to leave. Let me out. Let me out. I want to go to bed. I'm gonna go to bed. And it's all gonna be a dream. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Ah! You're not gonna let me go until I push the button, are you? You are an asshole, Mr. Narrator. Fine.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Maybe what?
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried...
What? What just happened? I'm scared.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Fuck you. No,
no matter
screw
how
this.
hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What the?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map,
Chat?
until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
What?
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
I'm
Why
scared.
don't you take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
What? Yes?
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your...
There! Oh my god, the narrator is freaking me out. Fine, I'll go through the door you want me.
Gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Stanley went through the doors. Yeah, okay, cool. Going through the doors now. Ooh, got choppy there for a second.
When Stanley came to a set of two...
Yep, door on his left.
He entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Passive on other... resent coworkers for not supporting you more. Yeah? Use slides to assure employees that everything... Make sure that the slide has a slick blue graphic in the header and throw some ball on the text. Everyone is unique. You most of all. Wow. I feel called out because this feels exactly like one of my meetings at my job. Number of slides on the slide. Charts, slides, and charts and slides. Very informative, yeah. Rate at which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Yep, yeah, that's also true. Rate of increase in graphs per slide. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm making stuff down. The bosses appreciate worksheet. Circle the top 20 things to love most about your boss. Yeah, that also feels right. Solving interpersonal conflicts. If you ever find yourself in a conflict with another diligent employee like yourself, but more inclined towards conflict, what are your dreams of the future? Oh, God. Stop flipping through them so constantly. Let me read them, for God's sake. Do unbelievably amazing work all the time, every day, with no expectation of promotion or recognition. Don't get fired. Talk less. Tips for not getting fired. Yeah, that also feels right. More graphs. More graphs. Okay, cool. Yo, it's a broom closet. Yo, chat, we can open a door!
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Nope.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet.
Yep,
no
the most amazing thing.
Here.
Yeah, it's the most amazing thing so far.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Yeah.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just
teabagging this wire.
Sweet FA.
Is this the content you came for? Me teabagging this wire.
Still in the broom
yeah, I am. Fuck you.
Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I just want to chill in a broom closet. What is your problem?
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. but it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story.
I'm staying in the closet.
I never would have thought to mention it.
Take that out of context, everyone.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
Screw you, this closet's awesome.
Talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
I hope your face is found concerning.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Oh, so that's the game we're gonna play. Alright, the narrator was smelly and ugly, and nobody liked him, not even his own mother, and she often would tell everybody that she regretted giving birth to him.
You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system.
No, I'm still moving.
On the keyboard.
Fuck you.
Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species.
No, I'm dancing in this closet. I'm still very much.
And instruct another human to
I'm the only one who... I'm a skeleton, you generalist.
Video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them.
Insightful my ass.
Right. When you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No, fuck you. I'm staying in this closet. This is my new home. Chad, let me tour you around my apartment. This is where I sleep. This is my broom for cleaning things. This is my shelf of a bunch of random-ass objects. This is the wire, of which I use to strangle the narrator. And this is also where I sleep, when, you know, the corner is too uncomfortable. And this is where I shower. It's pretty amazing, right? Oh, and this is my life. Very chic, very new age. Fuck you, narrator. I'm staying in this closet. You can't make me leave. He's not gonna say anything until I leave, is he? Fine.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
Oh, I'm gonna do way worse now. Fuck you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Fuck you. I'm descending into hell. Let's go.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Yeah.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in
I am hearing a voice after all.
No reason at all. None of it made any logical sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Yeah, why do they?
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Simply repeating.
Yeah, why did...
Stanley said to himself,
this is what's happening?
Too strange, this can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it.
Oh my god.
I'm dreaming!
Everything's looping.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
Okay.
So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
I
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too.
I
Again.
can't
It
ignore
was
the
so
I can't
much
ignore the
fun,
narrator
and
right
Stanley
now.
marveled that he
I
had still not
what?
woken up. How was he remaining so lucid?
Thank
And
you
then
for the
perhaps
hydrate and the
strangest
posture
question of
check.
them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
Belgrid.
Why
I
is
am
there a
not.
voice
I
in
am
my
not saying
head
that right.
dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley. He found it
I'm so
particularly
scared.
strange. I'm dreaming
Bell will
about a
do?
voice
Okay, thank you.
describing me,
Welcome in, Bell.
thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought.
I
And when he
can't
thought it all
screw the
very odd
narrator
and
right
wondered
now,
if
but
this
I
voice
will
spoke
the
to
next
all
chance I
people in
get.
their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if
Yeah,
he was asleep,
unfortunately.
he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Now
Hearing the voice
I had some
speak
stuff
to
I
us
had to
was
take
quite a
care of, and I
shock to
couldn't come
Stanley.
in.
After all,
So I
he knew for
just
certain
decided
beyond a doubt
to,
that this was in fact a dream. Did the
so
voice
I
not
unfortunately
seem
had to
float
miss
amid
it
the
today,
magical stars
but-
just a moment ago? How else
Wait.
would the voice explain all that?
Okay,
This voice was a
narrator,
part
you
of
need to shut
himself
up,
too.
dude.
Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
This has to be a dream because, you know,
closed
I
his eyes
am in an
gently,
infinite loop.
And he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this
Actually,
one.
yeah, that redeem
Let
is
me
just
wake
like
up, he
for
thought to himself.
saying like,
I'm
hey,
through with this
let's
dream.
do the exact
I wish it
opposite
to
of what
be
he
over.
says.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
I thought I didn't have a
All
wife.
I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
I don't think I am. Nope.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I?
Oh my god.
And everything went black.
I think we had an existential crisis.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself,
it's been 10
how
years
lucky
since I
she
played
was
Stanley
to be normal.
Parable, but I still remember
I am
hating the
sane.
narrator. I
am
kind of
in
hate this guy
control
too.
of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life.
Okay.
She had no time for this, so it
What?
was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh. Okay. So he just died.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, screw you. We're
This
going
was
on the
not
door on the
correct
right.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it.
Death is an
well.
escape from this place.
Perhaps he wanted
Absolutely.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Okay. Yep, we're here back in the
Wow.
employee lounge.
Yes, this room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room.
Yep.
Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room.
Yep.
Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
Absolutely. Anyways, we're done with that.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fine, I'll go down here this time.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
But button. Button. But shiny button. Press.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Yes.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
Okay.
From here, it's, left.
Left? Okay.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
Okay.
No,
Now what-
no, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
Okay.
It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Okay.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Okay.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a
What?
spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
No.
Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
What?
And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, hmm? Okay, from the top.
Oh. Okay, here you go, Wrath. Hope you enjoyed that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, we'll listen to you this time.
When Stanley... Wait.
What?
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely
I'm glad
fresh.
you like it.
Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or...
No.
Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
Yeah?
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay, let's go. This door. Ooh, nice painting. Nice little forest scene. Maybe down here? Ocean painting. I feel like I'm in the back rooms right now. Am I in the back rooms? Is that where this is going? When's the jump scare? Here? Maybe this
I'll
way?
say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Okay.
Do we need to restart the game again?
Possibly.
Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Oh, my God. Stop resetting my existence.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And there are no doors now.
Yep, it's worse.
Yep.
I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Can you open the door? Thank you. Can't open that. Nor that.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
What is going on? How did that... What the fuck?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
I don't
either. Is
either.
this the story?
No.
I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you remember, Stanley?
I remember wanting to jump out this window.
I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing. How about this? You win! Congratulations!
What do I win?
You put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
What?
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time.
I'm scared.
I have to restart.
Oh, no. No, please, no.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Oh, okay. What the... That's new. Okay.
You see? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Okay.
Now, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably...
I'm ignoring the line.
Via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now,
well, the lines
of your existence rests inside
narrator, shut up. The line is drunk.
Is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental...
The line is everywhere, unfortunately. Whoa. The line's drunk.
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
I fucking... No, ow. Stop. You've lost the plot. What? Narrator, do you not notice the line is drunk? Can you stop the music? Please, I want to... Oh my god, what is happening? I want to get off the ride. Chat, I want to get off.
Wait, cut the music. Go back
thank god.
Look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Okay, chat, help me remember this fern.
And remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Yes, yes. Good, good foliage. Nice, nice dirt. What am I supposed to remember about it? Okay.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore.
Things changed when you look at it. Oh my god. Okay. Alright.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right?
Help us find the path.
Our own story. Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay. Do you know where we're going?
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
How did we circle around that many times?
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I'm trying not to, but, you know, it's following us. It's kind of scary. Also, I've said this before, but I'm fairly certain this thing is drunk.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Okay.
How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Okay.
Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, well, taking the right door, we have to where we're going. And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right
Oh
is the
God,
correct one.
the
Another
world
victory
is
for logic.
spinning.
Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
What?
Hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined?
Yeah, it seems
So
like.
now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to
Dr.
keep
Dolittle,
restarting.
yeah.
I don't want to forget what's going on.
Oh, they
I don't want
both
to be
led
trapped
here.
like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle?
Are we out of the time loop?
This schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay.
Okay.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah, God! That actually startled me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Being the boss knows that what the boss says, because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, that's what the boss chose. Extreme Bathroom and Time Magazine. What?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number.
Okay.
2845.
All right.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
2, 8, 4, 5.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. Chad, I'm scared. What's going on? This game is confusing me.
Deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Okay.
Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Alrighty.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Death is scared. This isn't good. Yeah. No, this is not good. Also, Mind Control Facility. Escape. Mind Control Facility. Yes, escape. Thank you. Thank you, Belle.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Wait, what? I'm gonna ignore that.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Fuck you.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yep. Doing it.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever.
Yeah.
Stanley can't see the bigger
No.
picture. He doesn't know
I see the picture
story.
very well. I die, this game
What
resets.
this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Bye. What?
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body,
the game
killing him
resets.
instantly.
What? No, I had an out. Ugh. What now?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I'd like
When
to know
every
that too.
path you can
Oh
walk
my
has been
god.
created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
I don't... What's going on? Chat, my brain is melting. Button sounds. Okay. Okay. Few concept pieces, I guess. What is here? Coveted secret dev room found in some games.
Then he pushed the number 8. Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he
Voice of
was
it recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of...
Try the other one then.
There are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Where were all of his co-workers? Oh,
Nice.
I understand. They're throwing a surprise party for him for all his button pushing. Does that sound plausible to you? Injustice forever. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, being you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it.
I'll tell you what.
I'm just going to make this easy.
Congratulations. You did it.
I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. What do we do now?
No.
Stanley, where are you right now? Where am I? I'm trying to figure out, but I can't. Stanley, who am I? Can you speak to me? Please talk. Have we done this before? Have we been in this room before? How many times have we done
We've
this?
always
How
been
many
in
times
this
have I said these
room.
exact words? Say something. Anything. Help me, Stanley. I don't know who what I... See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room. Perfect example of poor level design. Textbook mistake.
I don't...
It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design.
Okay, I'm getting out of here. This is getting too meta. Office clock. Okay. Are these just like all the assets in the game? Monitor room, elevator. Okay, fancy British lady, where am I? Stanley's office. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. The first was created in November 2011. The second in March 2012, and the third in February 2013. What the apartment timer? Okay. I'm ready to leave. British narrator lady? Can I go? Oh, thank God, an exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Okay. Exit.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
I don't.
No, Perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
No, I choose death.
Choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Okay.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
No
Feeling
people.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay,
Coming
up to
to
the
the
top.
staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let me... Fuck you. Going in the elevator. Oh, 6? I'm so sorry, Belle. Six? How did you get 6? It should only really play 1. Any chance this elevator is gonna stop anytime soon? Oh, okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered
Most you've had is
aloud
5,
to
huh?
nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet.
Okay.
And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Yeah, 69, 69.
2845.
5, 4, 8, 2?
forgot that it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Oh, okay, but I wanted to play with the panel more. I'm gonna play with the panel more. Four, four, four. Only one way to solve this. One. Wrong. Okay. 1, 1, 1, 2. Blast. 1, 1, 1, 3. Not getting anywhere. It's impossible. All right, Wesley. What the?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Okay, we'll go into the mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Yeah.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Possibly.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it.
Oh, am I gonna have a heroic
in
rise?
Someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire
not really.
life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Okay.
For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Facility power. Let's go. All right. Let's go ahead and break this motherfucker down.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Yeah. But maybe, yeah, screw this guy.
Oh, Stanley.
Thank you for the hydrate,
Activate
Bill.
the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, I hope applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave.
Nope.
If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example,
screw you!
And I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
Oh.
How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
Press 2, okay.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
Yeah.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? One solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So
okay.
You can't. Take a look
fuck
at the
it.
clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
There's no 4 button, actually, Belle. At least not one I could find. Okay.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
I think? 427. Yeah, that's me.
Oh, New content? What does that mean, new content?
Okay. What's going on? Ooh.
Hello, and thank you for playing The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Yay!
As you may know, The Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Okay.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Nice. Okay.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Alright,
well,
I
this
feel like
sounds
I'm in a
delightful.
Disney ride.
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Yeah! Okay, Mr. Narrator,
Okay,
show me
so
what
far
you
it's
got.
an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Ooh, maybe we get to throw in some RPG elements or something.
Is it broken?
Yeah.
What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right,
Oh,
finally,
okay.
at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yes!
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the
Okay,
content,
here we go.
Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Is that it? What? Is that it? Is that the only new Fine.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness.
Yeah.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just
It gave you
elevators and
36
jumping.
jumps.
Is this what
Yeah.
passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell,
Yeah.
I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more.
Oh, okay.
Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I'm ready too. What do we got?
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other
there
than
may
to
be
make an
something-
easy dollar. And
nothing
don't get
there?
me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm
Good question.
infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Yeah, that'll
It's my
solve
fault, Stanley.
anything.
I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations.
No, it
If you're
really
still
couldn't.
with me, why don't we just reset the game and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills.
What is this game
no
about?
gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh, okay. Die. What? That doesn't look right. Hold on, I'm gonna take a little cough drop real quick. Good old cough drops. Always good to have them this time of year. I'm pretty sure everything's broken now.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
Is it the mug and the screwdriver?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ooh, okay.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Nice.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Audience award. Don't know what that's about, but okay. Ooh, yeah. Postcards from 2013. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. The Steam, the website? Screenshots. The demonstration video. Ooh, CDs. We can use them as coasters. Smile because it happened. Nice. Go outside. Don't play for 5 years. Okay. It's impossible to get this achievement. New video game releasing today. I don't think it was in the New York or the Los Angeles Times. I think that might be an exaggeration. A nominee for the British Academy Awards for story and for a game debut and game innovation.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
Okay.
"Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley?
But the paper is right there.
That's how grand and all-encompassing
it doesn't mean
the
it
original
exists.
Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was all of them. And now, it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore.
Okay,
it's just a
Mr.
husk
Narrator,
now.
the game was good, but I don't think it was Skyrim levels of good.
Content.
The game was good, but I don't think it was Persona 3 levels of good. Alright? You're hyping it up a little much, my dude. Fantastic Arcade, uh, IGF, Grand Prize. Did they get awards from IGN? You should not be broadcasting that, my dude. Maintenance? Okay. Person of the... Is that supposed to be Stanley?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content.
I think it does
just
need new
needed to be
content.
left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
Repeatable carpet textures. Come on, would all these awards and papers and such be fake? I mean, they could be. Oh, Source Engine. Okay. Literally anything. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again.
Oh, the door's open now.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
That's a good review, okay.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Dude, sometimes people aren't just gonna like a game. You just gotta let it go. I love Forbidden West, but you know, not everybody likes that game. And there are even some people who don't like Skyrim.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I?
Kinda.
You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
Maybe not.
What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable
Becomes very
track
repetitive
record.
and boring fast, despite all the alternate endings and game cameo appearances.
Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable.
There
isn't
are
quite as
people who
sterling
don't
as I
like
always
Skyrim,
remembered.
Wrath. There are, in fact, people who say that Skyrim is inferior to Oblivion. This game is titled Thought-Provoking, but you will get the idea. It tries to communicate pretty fast, and then it's just repeating the whole no choice in games thing over and over again. For someone who prefers non-linear games, the preaching just gets annoying fast. It is neither a revolution nor very interesting. It is thought-provoking only in the first minutes. Well, we call those people wrong.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Oh.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
No.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Okay.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Well, there's sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
You got 6
The minute
ads
I start
again?
to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to...
I'm gonna wait till Belle gets back, because 6 ads? Jesus. I'm gonna have to fiddle with my settings. Yeah, I need to check my ad settings. Okay. Alright, that's... Okay, good, good. Also...
say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not...
Skip.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Oh, fuck.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls.
Skip.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak to.
This is fun.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
Skip. Oh, skip. Skip.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they
Skip. Skip.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
I think I broke him, chat.
Is never the end.
Yeah, having him go crazy is fun.
End is never the end. Is never the
Chad, I think we broke him.
Is never the end.
Well, skip his mental breakdown. Oh, is he dead? Guys, I think we killed him. Chad, I think he's dead. Skip. Oh! Oh, we can skip. Okay, we just gotta wait till the building disintegrates. Alright. Skip. Daylight. Okay. Maybe. Just gotta skip a little more. Okay, okay. Don't know how long it's been, but looks like a couple of years, maybe. Okay, skip more. It's night. Dark. Sounds like the apocalypse is happening out there. Skip the apocalypse. Okay, now it definitely sounds like something terrifying is happening. I'm gonna skip that. Chat, we broke the skip button. Oh, but there's a way out, finally. It's there. Is there anything? None of that made sense.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Yeah, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Ooh, guys. Shiny. Ugh. 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 Smash him backwards into the wall. Ugh. 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 Can't follow me now. Ha ha! I'm in a corner. I see all. None can escape my gaze. But seriously.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay. The new content? Sounds interesting. I'm intrigued, Mr. Narrator. But no Disney ride?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh. Whoa, Big Red 2.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions?
And the newerest content.
With a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
The end is never the end again. For 2-7. Investor Showcase. Okay.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I thought you said the Stanley Parable was perfect and didn't need any extra content. 2. They're back. Oh god, the game's getting real choppy all of a sudden. New content is out. New content part 2 is in. That was before you broke him? Yeah, that was before I caused him to go mentally insane. Now...
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be. But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for
New
it.
goal, physically insane.
That if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
No. That's entirely wrong. What the hell are you talking about? This way to the show floor? Okay. New features. Ooh. Yeah. Our new goal is to drive this guy physically insane. Let's go.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Stanley Parable 2, the Reassurance Bucket. Okay.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket,
there it is again.
Disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket
probably not much.
Solution.
I mean, this is a walking simulator.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
not
can I
really.
say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Oh.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
How?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay, guess I'm just holding on to a bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video
Yeah,
game?
thank you for the pasta
That
check.
really should be an award if it isn't already.
And for the hydrate. I'm gonna take a little sippy sip. And the stretch. Fix my posture real quick and... Oh, big stretch. There we go. I felt safer holding onto a brick in the last of us, so the bucket isn't too weird. Couldn't find the stretch at first. Okay. Let's see. Reassurance bucket, office decoration. The button that says the player's name that is playing the game. Ooh, let's do this. Let's go, chat. I'm gonna dox myself.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer
Too big,
is that they want to be
too small,
individually
just
recognized
right.
and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game.
Ooh.
Isn't that wonderful?
Probably not. But okay. Well, let's see. Chat, do I press the button? Do I press it? Do I dox myself?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as
I mean,
Jim,
I need to get into
watching your
character. I
dreams
need you
crumble
to
into
shut up,
dust.
narrator, so I can do
you
that.
feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim
God, where's
right
the
now?
skip button when you
If
need
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay. Hello, I am Jim. I have a job that is very unfulfilling, and also a marriage that is unfulfilling. And I also blame my 2.5 children for ruining all of my dreams.
Jim.
That is the most
Yes,
thrilling
you
thing to
see?
happen in my
What a
life.
thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Jim.
It hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money.
I
Let's take a
wonder
break from the
how
Jim
many...
button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
I wonder how many people who played this for the first time, whose names was actually Jim, immediately shit themselves when they heard that button. Name, hear yours today. Is Jim short for Jimothy?
I suppose I could allow
yes.
only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
An epilogue?
Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Okay. free, new, and easy achievement. I'm an achievement whore. Let's go. The Stanley Parable 2, free and easy achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now. Ooh.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes, you see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Give me my achievement! Cheap garbage. 0 out of 10. I'm gonna go write an angry Steam review, chat.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I don't know, the jump circle?
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
Collectibles? Ooh. Are there cool, handles for our bucket?
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
What?
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your
What happens if you leave the bucket behind? I don't know. Okay. I'm pretty sure I just saw the face of God.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
No, it's not! That's actually amazing! The infinite hole? Okay. Whoa, hold on. Please no screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Let's go with this one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Okay. I guess fuck my opinion then.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
We are all always 12. Yo, merch debt. Can I get a t-shirt, you know, since I'm Stanley? You know, the star of your damn game? No? Okay, the reassurance bucket, What is that beeping? What was that buzzing noise? My God. All right, let's go see the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game.
Okay.
This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
Okay.
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Yeah, alright, let's do this. Bye, chat.
You see? Isn't it wonderful?
Yeah.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
We
Now
just
then,
get to
since you've gotten to see
rest
the
here.
infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I want to see how small this...
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
No. I'm just gonna I'm gonna chill in this hole. How are you doing, chat?
Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
Will I keep falling?
The infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
Who is it?
What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely?
Me?
I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem.
Maybe you should give me an actual infinity hole.
Things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why
You're
didn't we
adopted.
just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
No, I'm gonna stay down here now. Remind you of your failure. Can I go this way? This way, 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 this way. You're not gonna let me do anything until I return to the top, are you? Fine.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Oh, for heaven... You see?
Yeah.
I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Every hole is a goal.
A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean,
absolutely.
Admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
I'm going to dance for a bit down in the hole. Okay.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Fuck you.
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite.
What?
I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Okay.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch.
It's not.
Who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well,
Yeah, I'm pressing it.
I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for.
Wait, what?
It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Oh. Chat, the narrator left us. Whee! I get to be in the hole. Chat. The hole. It's accepting us. Goodbye, chat. I go to a better place. This is how I choose to live. Chad, I think my brain's broken. This is the face of our new god. A new god is born. This is totally normal. All games have this exact sequence in it.
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
Oh my god.
Good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment.
I saw the face of God.
Pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole. From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
I have become God.
I'll be back. Toodlepip.
I became God. I am the whole. The whole is me.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Putting the bucket back. Reassurance bucket, I will not share my godhood with you. I can't get rid of it. It's just here now. No screenshots, please. What's new? What's in here? Okay, an epilogue. We already saw that. Oops, I already millions. Set. Okay, hold on. Took millions, sorry. English, okay. Your face will be everywhere. Everyone will know your name and worship you. Yes. I think I need to go through all the settings. There we go. Come on. Isn't that the plasma pistol? Yeah, that is the plasma pistol reticule. An option to skip sections of a game that deal with suicide, trauma, and mental health issues. Reduce motions, reduces screen shaking, camera bob. Dexterity mode, auto walk, toggle auto walk. All right, and then switch the volume controls.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
We can shut the narrator up.
Story of a man named Stanley.
Yes. You can mute the narrator. Oh, there it is. Settings set all the settings of the world champion to every variable. Okay. Oh, okay. I just needed a second.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Adjust the bumpscosity. We did it, chat. I am the settings world champion. Is there anything else for me? Free achievement, mostly infinite hole. Alright, let's see. Okay. Jump circle, this map, free achievement, the button that's merch, settings, Stanley Parable, office decorations, epilogue, collectibles, infinite hole, exit. We've seen everything.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Yep. Yep, pretty good. Good content. Thank you.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but
good
I can
question.
feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
It probably doesn't.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay. Hey. What?
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Nope!
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it.
No.
I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
What the? What? Okay, what's... Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Okay, but for real, as an office worker, I feel this.
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Really?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
No orders.
No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this
hey, Dragon.
This complete
Welcome in. You've been... Okay, so you've been here since I started.
Wrong.
Yeah, it's going well.
Frozen solid.
We're currently in
for the longest
exploring the
but as he
Ultra
came to his
Deluxe
wits
part
and
of the
regained his
content.
senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
The Stanley
All of his
Parable
coworkers were
2.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Get well someday. Okay. But yeah, it's going well so far. Reassurance bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
I feel so reassured. With the bucket by my side. Nothing can deter me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Yes, I needed the bucket even more so now. Bucket, come with me into the broom closet.
Can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
No!
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket.
Fuck you, broom closet.
Feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies.
The bucket is mine.
Stanley, don't give in. Don't
Precious,
hand over the bucket.
my precious.
I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream
Broom
of petty
closet,
insults
I
simply
trusted
in order
you.
to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends. That your relationship is purely
How
superficial and convenient?
dare!
That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments.
Broom
Expand
closet.
on the wide variety of experiences you
I'm
and
trying
the
to
bucket have
talk.
shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they
I
have changed
would if
and
you'd
evolved
stop
over the
talking.
years. Let him have it.
Broom closet, how dare you say me and the bucket aren't friends? Me and this bucket.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all. Here we go.
Yeah!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet. with
Yeah.
all the meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah. This is my bucket. Fuck you, broom closet.
All right, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
Yes, bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Thank you,
The
bucket.
bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Ooh.
Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Bucket,
Was it that the
you
bucket knew
always
all
lead
along?
me down the right
Was
path.
the bucket guiding him?
Yes.
Yes. This is certainly the most logical explanation.
The bucket is guiding me towards the true way. All hail the bucket. The bucket knows the true path.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Yes.
The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
The bucket is my friend.
Stanley and the
Bucket
bucket
knows
walked
all.
straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
The lights rose on
What
an
is
enormous
this
room
place?
packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yes. The bucket. What shall we do? This place, I have a bad feeling about it.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock.
Le gasp.
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
How dare
reassuring
you
it
make the
that
bucket
everything
cry.
would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What
How
kinds
dare.
of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Bucket, I will
These
free
questions
you.
raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter.
his one friend in the entire world. At
Yes.
this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
The bucket will guide me down the path of
But
righteousness.
here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good.
Yes.
Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yes, let's go, Bucket. For our freedom. And for the freedom of all buckets. Is that it?
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Is it?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Yeah.
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and
Yeah. Wait, what?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face.
What?
This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket.
No!
Needed the soothing warmth of the bucket. Would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
No, the bucket is mine!
Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really
It has
so
your
bad,
name on it
Stanley
even.
thought to
Yes,
himself.
Spell,
As long
it
as
has
I have
my
bucket with
name.
me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
It's my bucket, and I'm never parting with it. I parted with the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Hold on. I'm gonna take a quick BRB break so I can go to the bathroom and grab a little snack. I will be right back, chat. Hey, I'm back, chat. I grabbed me some baby carrots and some ranch and a Red Bull. All right. My bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
But should we? Nah. We're going for the bucket on the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Yes.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Absolutely.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together.
Yes.
First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
Yo, anyone notice the narrator is much nicer this time around?
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
Perhaps.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Absolutely. Totally not just using this as an excuse to eat my carrots.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
I don't know. I don't think that's what the bucket wants. I think the bucket wants us to go through here.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Yes. The cargo lift.
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
The bucket knows all.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Yes. The bucket has never steered me wrong before.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
The bucket can talk.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
No, it's not. The bucket is real. The bucket loves me. You're lying, narrator. You're just jealous of our love. Right, chat? You hear the bucket.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
No, I won't listen to your lies. The bucket loves me, and I love the bucket. The bucket is my friend. It has been with me through thick and thin. I will always love this bucket. You can't take him from me. Where's my bucket? Where have you hidden him?
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location.
Shut up!
That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
The bucket loves me. Shut up! Don't listen to the loud man. Press A for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
It's my bucket. I love my bucket. Press down to ignore anyone in your life except for me. Yes. The bucket
I suppose he doesn't
will
need
guide
me
me down the proper
From
path.
now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press X to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
You're not... Chat. He's getting funny ideas about my bucket.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give me the bucket, Stanley.
No,
I need it.
It's my bucket.
Give it to me now. Give it
No.
or I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
The bucket.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Yes. The bucket.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Fuck that.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
No, we didn't. Down we go.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually. You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
No!
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
The Adventure Line's always drunk. We're gonna throw you into the fire. Bucket, help me kick her into the fire. I'll follow your stupid adventure.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
I don't like your music. It's not bucket related.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What the?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not
there's gotta be a way out.
Game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me,
it
already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Let me out. Let me out.
Can you
Let me out.
what the Bucket Destroyer does?
Fuck you.
Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you.
Let me out.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Duh. Fuck this door. Open.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
It can die in a
I
hole.
hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Yeah.
Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry
Good,
and feed it.
he can
We
die.
Can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans
Never.
are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they
Screw
want.
them.
Hurry and crush. The Bucket Destroyer My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I hope he rots in hell. The Bucket Destroyer did not deserve life. It only deserved oblivion. Bucket, 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 bucket,
Stanley
bucket, bucket.
decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers.
Bucket, 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 bucket.
By himself, and
Bucket.
warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door. This was not the correct way to
Bucket.
the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Yes.
Was this better
The
than
bucket
the
is
meeting room?
always right.
Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How
Bucket is always
insightful
right.
The bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Going down.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
No.
See, your friends and I are concerned for you,
Fuck you.
Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite
Chat,
jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it.
Do I
Don't you
truly
want
have to
another
let
story
go of the
involving
bucket?
The Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it. Whee!
I maybe have
Look at
to.
that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Stop playing the happy music. This is a sad event.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
I'm sorry, old
I
friend.
think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me, it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
I'm sorry, friend.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
I
Sure, you don't
can!
need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Goodbye. Goodbye, friend.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it to the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and crush.
Well. Oh, I needed to hit the button to crush the bucket.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I tried. The game actually wouldn't let me destroy the bucket, so that means that it's okay for me to hold on to the bucket, right?
All of his co-workers were gone.
I-
What could it mean?
No.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting
I must
room.
resist the
Perhaps he had simply
temptation
missed a memo.
of the bucket. I'm sorry, friend.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Okay, goodbye, chat. Bye.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Yes, I controlled my own death. This was a rational decision?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer
Resist.
recall.
Resist its siren song.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Yeah, left
he
door,
entered the
fuck
door
you.
on his left.
Yeah,
Yet
charge,
there was
charge,
not a
charge,
single
charge.
person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs
Fuck
to
you.
his boss's office. But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And
Yeah.
in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished?
Yeah.
His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Yeah.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Yeah.
Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Again, yes,
And
why?
for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar.
Yeah.
Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself.
I wish I had
"This is
the
all
bucket."
Too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief
Yep.
Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His
Yeah.
co-workers weren't actually gone.
Yeah,
He wasn't
I
going to lose
recognize
his job.
this one too.
He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job.
Yeah, we're just gonna begin again. There we go. This time, we'll take the bucket. I know I said I could stop when I wanted to, but I don't want to stop. In fact, hold on. Let me change the title. Let me change it to something more fitting. There. A much better title. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yes. This time.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Yeah.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Possibly.
He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
Oh God, the bucket! Where's the bucket?
He noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it calling to him.
Bucket?
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Bucket!
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
No, not these buckets.
Stanley, find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had
bucket,
to return
where
to
are
his
you?
old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Blech.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man has
not what the fuck fucking bucket means.
Ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
Yes.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought. And she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
How cruel.
She had no time for this.
Without our own buckets.
Of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself. My life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Tell me what it's like. Your own buckets.
My God, the bumpscosity in here is absolutely overwhelming. 1,000? You people have got to be nuts. How can you stand this much bumpscosity?
Gimme.
The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Chad, I'm not sure how much more I can do.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find out. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Wow. That feels really real, actually. Yeah, there is a lot of fuckery in this game. Take me down. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Dan, 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 ba-na-na-na-na. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. Dan-na-na-na-na. And with my bucket, because my bucket is my friend and my only companion. Bucket, 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 bucket. Oh, bucket, I love you so. Bucket, bucket, bucket. Oh, bucket, I love you so. Bucket, you'll take me through all this hardship. Oh, bucket. Bucket, I love you. Bucket, my friend. Bucket, ride in this elevator with me. Bucket, 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 bucket. I think I may have gone crazy. Bucket, bucket. This is a long elevator ride. Wonder if there's an end. Yeah, I'm wondering if I wait long enough to see if this will actually take me somewhere. Is that the narrator whispering stuff in the background? Oh yeah, thank you for the stretch. There we go. And the hydrate. Appreciate you. Just gonna sip on some Canada Dry here. Alright. Is there anything we can do in here? Or are we just vibing on an elevator? We didn't move at all.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket.
No.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's
bucket
warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket.
Try the
and he knew
up
it.
button. Okay.
The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Wait, 5, 4, 8 spaghetti?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
2, 8, 4, 7.
2845.
Uh, 1,000.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got along with the story. Well, what would he do?
Bucket, you opened the door for me.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy
Wait,
that
this is
sort of
real?
happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
This is a real thing we can collect in game now? I thought he was just screwing with us. Bucket, did you know about this? You tell me, right, Bucket? You tell me if you knew about that, right, Bucket? Of course you would. Bucket would always. Bucket shares all of his
Stanley and the
secrets
Bucket
with
walked
me.
straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Bucket, we can get out of here. Let's escape. Together, we can be free.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the Bucket would both meet a violent death.
I don't believe you,
The door behind them
Skyman.
was not shut. Stanley and the Bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the Bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Whee! Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate ya.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Fuck you, the bucket's
It puts the
warmth
mind
and
the soul
comfort
at
is the
ease to embrace
everything.
the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
Amazing,
This is what Stanley
actually.
thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Yeah, this lady gets it. The bucket's far more important.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
The bucket. Welcome. The bucket welcomes you to the grand exhibit. You're now standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within. A carnivorous void, both through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true knowledge we really have. Will you have what it take? Will you take what you learn from here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind what may be challenging about the information in the exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you have turned a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? No, the buckets shall lead me to grand fates.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Yes, I can see that. The bucket is everything now.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
The hanging bucket. Yes. Yes. I understand everything. The bucket. The bucket is all.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements. If only we let Stanley die together, the bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision for...
Yes. I agree with all of this.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
This is not...
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they... Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay. Mission status, a large room, a lot of buckets. Stairs, something to do with stairs, somewhere both red and blue. A private but smelly place for an important person. There will be a reward for finding them all. Who took these pictures of them? Follow the clues. Okay. Oh, fuck. These are where the other ones are. Trust the completionist instincts.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Somewhere both red and blue.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
To be rich isn't a crime. To commit crimes isn't rich. What a life it would be to have to pick just one.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Yeah, just tell me the code.
By the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable.
Yes.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed
I should really know that by now.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Okay. Down we go again.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Yep, we've seen this.
Jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
Oh no!
The bucket had never seen
these
anything
people
like
we
this,
don't
and
know
very
about.
nearly burst
They're
into
all
tears
being
as
used.
Stanley cradled it
Oh
gently,
God!
reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
Not get
These
peed
questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point,
he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Yes. The bucket is our only friend.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
But what if I controlled the system? I could make the world perfect. Force everyone to embrace the bucket.
Source of the room's power, Stanley and the bucket knew it was their obligation to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
No.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Yes.
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust.
Hey, Supreme Harem King.
An image appeared
Good to
upon
see
the
ya.
enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Birds and more birds.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Yes.
The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along?
Thank you for no
Stanley
spoilers,
marveled at the
Dory. I
metal
appreciate
genius in
that.
his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Tell you what to cook? Cook a lasagna. Make a lasagna. A whole lasagna. Yes. Challenge yourself. Do it in spite of the heat.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
Dory.
Just a matter of time. A good bucket.
The bucket. The bucket wants you to cook a
A
lasagna.
bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay, but Dory, consider this. What about hot dogs? Yeah, frick the narrator. We're going in here.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was.
Yes.
How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah. Just gonna sit here and just have a good old time. Me and the bucket. Bucket.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right.
Yep.
Then walking to the lounge. Then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
This game is the definition of insanity.
Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge.
Yes.
Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
But I'm sorry, Bucket. We must continue.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something
No.
up there I need you to do.
Instead of that,
Stanley did
this
not question
time...
why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
This time, however, I've got a new path.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point."
What?
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
What?
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the
Really?
entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly.
Okay.
So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Okay.
Please, step in here for a moment.
Alright.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Okay.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh, okay, tricky.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Ah, yeah, you can tell because of the seams.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Let me see. I need to get closer to examine it. Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket.
Okay.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
You do that well on your own, actually, narrator, so that's fine.
Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
By the contours and the position of the sun and stars, I'm going to say no.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Bucket? No. No bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true. Unless... Is that what you think?
Answer me straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket?
Yes, all is bucket.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift.
Yes, you
Do any of
understand
us
now.
know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yes! Embrace
Stanley,
bucket.
I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go.
No. What?
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did
Everything.
everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes!
Every single thing in the game was a
You
bucket.
finally
My
understand.
God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel
That's
much
why
more
we're
at
in
ease
perfect.
right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Yes.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
You're right. They're probably not ready for the truth. All is bucket. All is bucket. All is bucket. All is bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Bucket.
The embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This
Fuck
was
you.
not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
Sorry,
Had the
Bucket.
bucket
We
turned out
need
to
to
be
continue
correct?
on
No,
because I saw something
never mind.
earlier.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Obsession comes to mind. How I obsessively collect fucking everything in a video game. What is this place?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
Okay.
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Yes.
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was
Fuck
not
the
the
door.
direct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yeah.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
You do!
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Fuck you!
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Screw you.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler anlarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all.
Okay.
You can't go back to when you had no Figler anlarines. None of us can.
Yeah, I'm walking through the red door. Screw you.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Fuck you.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out
If it upsets you,
specifically for
yes.
you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with
Kinda.
me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Skill trees would be nice.
Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Okay.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Let's go, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Yeah.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
Yeah,
You
sure
can't
you
teach
did.
that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh my god. Worldwide leaderboard? Whoa. This is you.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Nah, I don't like being
Hey, I
compared to
nearly
others.
forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect.
Okay.
Let me boot it up.
What?
In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Let the kid burn. Screw that.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if
Spite
it's the latter,
you,
well, I don't
mostly.
know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Okay. What are we playing now? What?
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more.
Yeah.
Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What? Is something wrong?
It is. It's an open world game. Good
Ooh.
God, quickly, block it off.
What? No!
Thank goodness, Stanley, what a close call.
That-
You really wandered off into that thing. That big,
Fuck
open,
you.
just wandering around.
Yes!
No right or wrong
That
direction.
sounds amazing!
No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
No! I was having fun!
Okay.
Bring
I
down the
think
walls!
This will be just the thing. wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Yeah.
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must.
Is this Rocket League?
Here's the ball. Have fun.
Yeah. Oh my god, guys, we're playing Rocket League.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked... Hold on. What are you doing? Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story
Thank
without
you for the
me?
hydrate,
You
Raph.
can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Screw you, narrator. Finally, I'm free of his incessant droning. Alright, chat. Let's see where this leads. What the fuck? Where am I? I'm scared. I don't have my bucket. Chat, the bucket was giving me comfort, and now I'm scared, and there's no one here. It's so spooky. Chad, I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared, Chad.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
What? I'm so confused. Okay.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. When Stanley came to a set of
Fuck your door.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Not yet.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that placing
No,
your
you're my
trust in
enemy.
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
What? Really?
Screw
I
you.
was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you
When it
that
comes to you,
convinced that I
yes.
want something bad to happen to you?
Absolutely.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Fine.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Oof.
The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
But the void, that's your solution?
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Wow.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Happy?
I actually feel happy.
Oh. Wow, you're happy, narrator? Oh, well, screw your happiness!
No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Oh, we will, huh?
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Oh, think about what I'm doing, huh? I never thought about anything, and now neither will you.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Nope.
No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this?
Oh, I don't care what you want.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
Yes, that has been my
Reading the situation
objective.
Correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
Oh, I'm making a
this
choice.
one is yours.
Yep. I choose to be a pancake. Whee!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
There we go. And he forgets. He forgets the fact that he was happy. Because I don't want him to be happy, ever. Because he's a jerk.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
There's another door I want to go through when I don't have the bucket
eager to get
in
back to
here.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Fuck you.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording? It was all just in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
You were already sad. Alright, what now?
How wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally.
Yeah.
This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Oh, God. Yeah, it's starting to chug a little bit on my end.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, let's see. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. And there it is, the last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Oh, okay, cool. Guess there was nothing all along.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
Okay.
All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Yep, can't see
Why
him.
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Yep,
And for
that's
that
weird.
matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
Yep.
No, Stanley said
They're
to himself.
absolutely
This is
repeating.
all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream.
Yep.
Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
Okay.
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner.
Yeah.
Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be?
Oh.
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself? Believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
Uh-oh.
Now, hearing the voice
Guess we're crazy.
words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream.
Oh, prove it? Okay, cool.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Nope.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Nope!
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? Ah! And everything went black.
Okay. Well.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Who found a crazy dead
Mariella
person.
woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew.
Yeah,
everyone
obviously
knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
No, you don't.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension,
a lot of
the rest
pressure
of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Oh, cool. So she just left me there dead. That's cool. Chad, I am seriously not sure how much more I have up of this game. Let's see. Up, up, down, down. Left, right, B. What was that cheat code again? It's not the Konami code. What the?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers.
Okay.
I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness?
Not really.
Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Okay. I like this place. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. Okay. Wait, what?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Yeah.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest, back then I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember?
It was the boss's bathroom. Pretty sure.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here in the boss's bathroom. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. What came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
No, that's not how it happened. We found it in the warehouse next.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Wait, what? What? I feel like this is one of those old, like, 2000s videos of, like, achievement hunters. No, this is absolutely that, actually.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
What the?
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine. right here, under the stairs. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other, except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
I think we broke the counter.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
What the?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Okay.
Okay, yes, that spot under the stairs. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Okay.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
No, stop, please! I can't!
Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Narrator guy, what the frick?
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going.
Because we wish to continue living?
This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
The exhibit? Can you find them? Can you find them? Collect them all, collect them all, collect them all! Yep, the collectibles exhibit. Narrator, I
Look,
think...
it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
What?
Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Narrator, I think you're losing it.
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
No.
There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
No! Nothing came before it!
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes. What? I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Is there an actual end to this game? Chat, seriously, is there an actual end to this?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Okay, we'll go to the meeting room.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Door on the left.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Reboot the game entirely.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for... Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
No!
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Look, I just... Why is this guy's ceiling so high?
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
All right, down again. What the?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Probably not.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Oh boy. Elevator.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Okay.
For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
All right. We turned off the power.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Hopefully.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
Okay.
No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Huh.
And Stanley was happy.
Well, shit. That's a happy ending. I just got an achievement for completing the Stanley Parable. I don't know what other achievements there are, actually. Hold on. Let me check. Okay, quit the game and then start again for the entire duration of a Tuesday. 8, check on door 4305 times. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes 22 seconds, not including load screens. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Okay, let's... 4:30?
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. Oh, please.
Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
Yes.
Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, 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 no. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Okay. Give me the achievement.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Okay, 417. Fine.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
437. 20. 420 blaze at you. 27. 437. Here we go.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Okay, gotcha. Let's see, 417, 416, 415. Here we go.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay, 437. Gotcha. Let's see, 437, 437, 437. Ah.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Ooh, the copy machine. Okay.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
417. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Ooh, okay, gotcha.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416. Gotcha, man. Ooh, we're getting real close. 416. 416. Where is it? You know what? It must be back this way. It's 417. Here we go. 416.
We've almost got it. Now the copy machine. Do that one again.
Yes.
Finish it off, Stanley. 5 clicks on door 430. Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Yep, there we go. We got the achievement. I don't know how to feel about that, but okay. Quit the game and then start it again. Okay. Quit to menu. Let's see. Begin the game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, we're not gonna... Let's see if we can get that speedrun achievement. Not gonna stop.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
There we go.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Okay, cool. Awesome. And down we go. All right, load screen. Let's go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yep, okay. Yeah, raise the thing.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Here we go.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Yeah, just let me go, man.
One of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to
believe it. Come on.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Cool. I heard you.
As the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this
off. Did I make it?
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Yeah, okay, cool. Let me through.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Did I do it?
And Stanley was happy.
Did I get the achievement? Okay, I don't think I did. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I can literally do, chat. I think we have exhausted, like, all the possibilities for this game. I don't know. It feels like there really isn't anything left to do. Oh well, guess it's time to look for someone to raid. Let's see. Let's see. Um, I'll send you to Gary. Gary's playing Death Stranding. As always. Oh, wait. Hold on. Got to have our raid message for today. And today's raid message is going to be special. There we go. Feel free to copy and paste that. As always, thank you to everybody who came in, who lurked, who listened, who follow, who chats, who comes in to say hello and just have a silly time with me. And thank you to everybody who popped in for my 100 Twitter followers celebration. I really appreciate each and every one of you. Um, we're going to go say hi to Gamer Goblin Gary. And this has been fun. This has been really fun. Thank you, everybody. And as always, I'll see you on the other side. Take care, boneheads. And thank you once again.